The Honorable Mr. Bahrul Ilmi as the Mayor of Palopo. The Honorable all of invited speakers. The Honorable Mr. Jasmine Besayen as the head of committee and all of our audience. First of all, let's write our deepest gratitude to our God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this special event without any obstacles. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us to the path of light from the darkness in this life. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this event. First agenda is chanting prayers by Mr. Abdul Jabbar. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, let's pray to the God. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'mahu wa yukafi masidah. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. We refuse to be the God of the temptations of the gods. We, with the name of Allah, the Almighty, benevolent of the Most Merciful, rise to be you, Ya Allah, as Lord of the universe. Ya Allah, Ya God, we open the eyes in our heart and mind, filled with the instruction and knowledge on us, because our and only substance that is earth. You, Ya Allah, Ya God, we simply surrender unto us and only to us for help. Ya Allah, Ya God, we please allow our prayers. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Abdul Jabbar. Well, we move to the next agenda. The next agenda are welcoming speeches. The first speech is Mr. Jasmine Besayen as the head of committee. Time is yours.
The Honorable Mr. Bahrul Ilmi as the Mayor of Palopo. The Honorable for the invited speaker. The first speaker, Mr. Wadidin from Australia. The second speaker, Mr. Asar from Iran. The third speaker, Miss Jenny Ramadhani Putri Ayurastari from Japan. The fourth speaker, Nika Adni Ramadhani from Germany. And the last speaker, Miss Ayu Adalanuddin from Malaysia. The Honorable of the audience of this international seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, let's rise our biggest gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been given us a good health and long life, so that we can present today in this international seminar. Salawat and salam always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness into the practice. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this seminar is building creative character for education. This seminar aims to discuss the creative character to improve our quality in this area. I'm really hope with this seminar of the young generation and also all of us in here can improve our creative characteristic through education and also can give positive impact for creative education in this way. So, my opening remarks I cover with wabillahi wa taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The second speaker is Mr. Bahrul Ilmi as the mayor of Kolkata. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Because Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala still give us time and opportunity so that we can attend in this place without any trouble and status. Salawat and salam always been given to our Prophet Muhammad SAW, who has given us from the darkness to brightness. I say thank you very much for all the committee come and join with me in here, and I really appreciate with this event that invite a good speaker from another country. And then I hope that this event can make a bigger for government to improve creativity and ability for the young generation. And the last, let us open this event with sing Basmalah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Thank you very much for attention, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi Well, this seminar will be divided into two sections. The first section is presentation, and the second section is question and answer. So, let me take this opportunity to introduce you the five invited speakers. The first speaker is Ashar Daw Allah from Iran, and the second speaker is Jenny Ramadhani Putri Ayu Lestari from Japan. The third speaker is Ika Admi Ramdhani from Germany. The fourth speaker is Ayu Adela Nurdin from Malaysia. And the fifth speaker is Wahidin from Qatar. Well, let's move to the first section. The first section is presentation led by Mr. Ashar Daw Allah from Iran. Time is yours.
I would like to present my research under the title Using Story Mapping Technique in Teaching Writing at the First Grade of Senior High School Number 1, Palopo. Next. Outline. I would like to explain about background, problem statement, objective of the research, significance of the research, scope of the research, operational definition, and the last one is a research method. The first one is introduction, background. Background of my research is about the first lack of vocabulary. The students, exactly in my class, have a low vocabulary, and it's a base reason why they low in writing. And the second is students difficult to organize their ideas. In my class, their students don't know what to write, how to write. They don't know that. It's very difficult for them to build a paragraph. They don't know how to write word into sentence or sentence into paragraph. The last one is the teacher used the monotonous method. When I asking the students how the teacher teach in the classroom, almost every student say the teacher just give us the teacher just give us to write based on the instruction, and it's very difficult for them to write in the empty paper. Next, problem statement. Does the use story mapping technique improve the student's ability in recontext and the first student of senior high school number 1 Colombo? Objective of the research to find out whether the use story mapping technique improve the student's ability in writing recount text. Significance of the research. The first one is for the student. For the students, this research will help them to fix their problem exactly in writing in recount text. And for the teacher, it's a good alternative and information for the teacher who want to teach about writing, especially in recount text. And for the next researcher, it's very helpful for them who want to conduct about story mapping technique using in writing. And scope of the research, the writer focused teaching writing using story mapping technique. I have focused on J.B. Hinton's it's a content, vocabulary, grammar, and mechanism, and the last one is organization. Every meeting it's like another theme in 6 meetings. Definition of term. Writing is one skill in activity where the students do the communication in from writing skill by using their idea, imagination, think about something or idea, in the process to give information to the reader and others. Story mapping technique is like a pre-writing activity. So the students could make a sketch for their the beginning, the middle, and the ending for their story. And recount text, it's a text which tells about something that happened in the past. Next. Chapter number 2, review of related literature. The first one is Idul Rahmat 2011 that show the use describing picture in pairs can improve the student's ability in writing as a third-year student of junior high school number 8 Palopo. The second is Akbar 2008 found out the students' writing skills for pair interview and based on the result mean score in post-test was improved. And the last one is from Dini Wahyuni in her thesis. Using peer teaching strategy to improve the student's ability to write recount text with the 10 year of student sekolah negeri 1 Mapanece. She said that there was significant development of the student writing through a short story. Next. Definition of writing. From Flynn 2006, writing is an example human information for processing in action and demand to cognitive system. Remus, 1983, writing is a way to communicate with interlocutors which cannot be done face to face. And the last one is Rosen, 1988, writing is proposing ideas or opinion but without spoken way, where the writer cannot show a speaker able to express, such as gesture, body movement, facial expression, stress, and hesitation. Next. Component of writing consists of J.B. Hinton. The first one is content, organization, vocabulary, grammar, and the last one is mechanism. Writing, recount text. There are 3 generic structure of recount text. The first one is orientation. It consists of talking about background information from the story. And the series of events, it tells about the event by event, how to connect the first event to the second event. And the last one is reorientation. It consists of conclusion with a comment and evaluation about the story. Okay, next. Definition of story mapping. Lee, 2007. Not a story map is a graphic organizer used to identify the main element of the story and categorize the main event in sequential order. Gerald, 2001, said that all writing is a making list, nothing more. It can be implied that developing plot of the story was in some way similar to the act of the writing list. Component of story mapping, the first one is setting. events, and relationship. Next. Conceptual framework. So the first one is free test. I give them a free test. It consists of make a paragraph in the 5 times, and after that I give them treatment consists of 6 meetings, exactly using story mapping technique, and after that I give them post test to this test intends to know there are different improvement between pre-test and post-test. Okay, next. Hypothesis. H number one. Story mapping technique is improved in teaching writing context at the first year of senior high school number one Palopo. Null hypothesis. Story mapping technique does not improve in teaching writing context at the first year senior high school number one Palopo. Chapter number 3. Research method. You can see this slide. I use quasi-experimental with a control class, and it consists of 6 meetings. In every meeting has a different theme. Okay, next. Variable. The independent variable is a story mapping technique, and the dependent variable is the student's ability in writing recontext. Population is sample. The research will take the first grade of senior high school number one Palopo, and the research will take 2 classes. Exactly, it's 10 minus 1 as a treatment class and 10 minus 3 as a control class. And instrument of the research collect by using writing text. Writing context measures the student's ability. The writing text is about their experience in the most memorable experience. Next. Procedure of collecting data. Procedure of collecting data is a pre-test and then treatment consists of 6 meetings, and the last one is a post-test. Next. And technique of data analysis. The first one is a scoring writing test, consists of GBT. Exactly, it's organization, grammar, vocabulary, mechanism, and content. And after that, classifying the students' score. It's very good, fair, poor, and very poor. And the last one is calculating the student score. It's using this formula. It's F divided P is F divided by N times 100. And after that, determining hypothesis acceptability to know whether the pretest and post-test will significantly different, and also to know acceptability of hypothesis. Okay, I think that's all about my research presentation. Thank you very much for the time. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The second speaker is Miss Ayu Nurdin from Malaysia. Time zero. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the time was given to me. I will explain about my research. The title of my research is Improving Student Ability in Vocabulary Craft Word Media of the 11th grade of at National Vocational High School number 1 Palu. Chapter 1, background. The first is vocabulary mastery in vocational high school was still low, and the second is the student was difficult to understand English. Problem statement. The first is the lack of ability in learning English. The second is the student was difficult to understand English vocabulary, and the third, the teacher does not brainstorm the students. Objective of the research: to find out whether word will effectively the student vocabulary effective in improving student vocabulary of the 11th grade at Vocational High School number 1 Palu. The significance of the study. For the teacher as another alternative to assist in the improvement of student vocabulary as well as the learning process approach. For the student as a trigger to improve the understanding of the concept and understand of student as well as the procedure can be used as a means of developing and supporting other hidden intelligence. And the future research, this research can be used as a reference. Therefore, this research will be refined by another research. Scope of the research, there are two, noun and for research question. Did media work will improve student ability in vocabulary? Operational definition of term vocabulary according to Harvey, media and word wall according to Selby. Next. Okay. The next chapter, method of the research. A classroom action research or CAR. Cycle 1, there are two cycles. Cycle 1 is planning, action, observation, reflection, and next to the cycle. Population and sample. Research take the population from the 10th grade of SMKN Negeri 1 Palopo. The sample is taken by using composite sampling technique and the research take number of sample is 30 students in their classroom. There are 25 women and 5 men. Research participant, student, and partner and collaborator. Technique of the collecting data, test, observation, interview. Technique of data analysis, vocabulary test research. Student score of vocabulary test is counted by using formula. You can see the formula. Next. Okay. I think enough. Thank you very much for your nice attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next speaker is Miss Jenny Ramadhani Putri Ayu Lestari from Japan. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the time that's given to me. The honorable all the participants here. Our proposal developing English material for math study program at IAIN Palopo. Okay. There are several problems why I choose the developing English material for mathematics students in IAIN Palopo. The first is lack of students' interest in learning English. Almost the most student in mathematics student not know to English to English. They just know about the in Indonesia, but they don't know in English. So why I choose this proposal? And the second reason is there are many difficulties in understanding the English content. Almost the student in mathematics educational in IAIN Palopo didn't understand what the contents of English. And the third, all the students feel the English material also difficult for the beginner. Objective of this result. Due to limitation and conditional, this study only developed English learning material for mathematics educational students of IAIN Palopo. And this learning material are designing in front of the student's book. So I made a student book for English student material. I made English student materials for mathematics educational students. Significance of the result. The first is the student will be able to have a student book that can help them to increase their English for math skill. So I make this the English book just for English student English mathematics for the English mathematics for mathematics students. I use the ESB or English specific purpose that use English for math. And the second, lecturer is able to manage and arrange an appropriate class and make it a simple message. So I make a book to make the student or the teacher too easy to understand English for math. And the third, it will be able to make a use student book that is appropriate for mathematics student of Yayan Palopo that can be reference for the next research assigned to the next product. So this proposal can help to the next product. So in the next step of the research, develop English learning materials for mathematics student of Yayan Palopo. I use research and develop method to develop their materials on students' textbook. Next, operational definitions. The first developing. Developing is an activity of arranged English learning material that did not yet exist to be in accordance with what is needed. And the second, English learning material. English learning materials is the whole materials needed by the teacher, instructor, or lecturer in implementing teaching and learning activities. And I use the English for specific purpose. There are some method in the one of all the method is from the national and McAllister said that define target needs and analysis conduct to know what the learner needs to do in the target situation. Next. Text-based language teaching or TBLT. Richard and Roger say that it's not linked to a single model of language but rather draw in the structural, functional, and instructional model of language. Okay, the conceptual framework. The first is knowing needs analysis. Before I make this book, I should know to know what the student needs, what the student want to make it a book from the student. So I use the knowing needs analysis, what the student needs analysis to make mathematics book. And the second is make course grid, and the next design the first draft material. So I design the first draft materials to make a book, mathematics books for mathematics, English for mathematics in mathematics educational program in the Polopo. And the next is material revision. When I design the first draft materials, it will be revision first. It will be revision first with the lecturer. And the second is the second draft material. And when it ends in the first materials, it will be next the second materials, and it will be still a revision it will be revision in the lecturer. Next. Okay. Okay, research method. I use the ID method. The first is analysis. Analysis is the first analysis the questionnaire. The second is validity from the expert, and the I use the questionnaire to help my proposal. And the second is I validate my proposal. I validate my questionnaire with the expert judgment. And the third is the revision. When I revision my questionnaire, it will be still validity with the expert judgment. And the second is the silence. The first designer worksheet based on the students' level referred to the syllabus. So I design worksheet according to the level of the student. And the second is make appropriate worksheet to the implement in the class. And the third is the follow. The follow is there are two steps in the develop. The first step is develop the product after knowing the result in the needle test. And the second is improve worksheet design that is appropriate and suitable from the student. And the fourth step is implement. Implement that revision worksheet to the student. The next step is evaluate. Evaluate the product before using to other university that has the same level of student. So in the end of my research is evaluation, and I use the evaluation to know what the advantage of my book. This is good or not. I think it's enough. Thank you very much.
Action.
The fourth speaker is Miss Ika Admirangani from Germany. Time starts.
Well, the Honorable all of the speakers and Honorable all of the audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First, I would like to say thank you so much for the committees to invite me to come in this international seminar. So, the title of my research is Developing English Learning Materials for Law Study Program at IAIN Palopo. So I have 3 chapters in this proposal. Next, in this chapter 1, I will explain to you about my background. So, most of the learning materials that will be given to the non-English students are not adjusted to the needs of each major in IAIN Palopo. That's why I choose this research because it's very important to help to develop a better teaching and learning system through the specification and learning materials. And also teacher can give materials that are suitable with the major. So I have 3 reasons why I choose this background. The first is the English material are too general for the law students. The second one is there are many students say that the materials are too difficult for the beginners. And the third one is lack of the students' interest in learning English. Okay, the limitation of the problem. This problem focuses on developing English learning materials for law study program students at State Islamic Institute of Palopo. The writer limits the materials that will be given to the students based on the systematically and needs analysis of the students. The formulation of this problem is how to appropriate the English learning material for law study program at IAIN Palopo. Move to the next point, objective of the research. Based on the formulation of the problem, the research finds the objective of the research is to develop the specific English material for law study program of IAIN Palopo. The learning material are designed in form of students' book. Next, the objective of the research. The first is students will be able to have students' book that can help them to increase their English for law skills. The second is lecturer is able to manage and arrange the appropriate class and make it simple to teach. And the last one is research will be able to make a useful students book that is appropriate to law students of PIN Palopo that can be a reference for the next researcher in designing the product. Scope of the research. The research used research and development method to develop the materials students book. Operational definition is about developing an English material. Okay, about ESP. In ESP, language by Battersman in 2006, ESP language is learned not for its own sake or for the sake of gaining a general education, but to smooth the path to ensure the greater linguistic efficiency in academics. Based on the Hutchinsons and Wetters, ESP is a goal-directed. It's an approach to language teaching based on the learner's goals and reasons for the learning a language as summarized. Move to TBLT or task-based learning teaching. TBLT by Richards and Rogers refers to an approach based on the use of tasks as the core unit of planning and instruction in language, and based on Noonan, however, defines a task as a classroom activity which involves learners comprehending, manipulating, producing, or interacting in the target language while their attention is principally focused on the meaning rather than form. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the material development to reach appropriate English material for law students at IAIN Palopo, developing materials cannot be avoided. In developing materials, there are some points that should be implemented in materials. By Masuhara 2008 states the points that should be implemented. The first is introduce interesting people and their views and opinions from different ethnic groups. The second is offer opportunities. The third is explore different varieties of language. The fourth is offer opportunities to consider effective ways of communication with people. And the last is help teachers and learners to realize there are no natural, correct, and perfect language users. So move to the next chapter. In this chapter 3, the first I will explain about the research method. The method which used in this research is research and development method. And development model. In this research, the research chooses the 5 steps in developing the English learning material for law students used to develop students' book. That's Eddie's model. Next. There are 5 steps. The first one is analyze. So in this analyze, I will do the pre-observation to know the problem of the law study program. The second one is designing. So based on my pre-observation, I will design the questionnaire to know what the students of law study program needs in their learning English language. The third is developing. So by the questionnaire, I will develop based on the needs of the students, and I will make a book. And the fourth is implementation. So from the implementation, I will make a book and apply it to the students of the law study program. And the last is evaluation. So I will explain about the positive or the negative impact based on my English students book for law study program. So that's all about my presentation about my proposal. Thank you so much for your full attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, the last speaker is Mr. Wahidin from Qatar. Time.
Oke, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
of speaker, the honorable of community, and the honorable of audience. First of all, let us thank to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Taala because He has been given us mercies and blessing we are able to come here during this epic class. Secondly, salam and salam also delivered to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness into the brightness. Well, thanks for the opportunity which has been given to me to present our research proposal that are the title of using snowball drawing in teaching reading as a second year student of Egg Power. Okay, I would like to begin by the chapter 1. You can see background. Reading is important skill in learning a language. Reading is important skill in language because the listening, speaking, and reading it is enabled to acquire our knowledge and achievement. When someone has good skill in reading, it will be very useful when someone listening, speaking, and reading. And you know that can be reading of reading text. You can benefit for us, get information for your Then students still have understanding in reading, especially narrative text, because students got difficulty in finding the message of the text. The student got difficulty and explain the message of the text, and student got difficulty and to message of the text. So there are students still have understanding about that my research. And then next research questions. How is the effective way to using of snowball drawing in teaching reading at the second year student of junior at school at Palombo? And then objective the research. To find out the effective way of using snowball drawing in teaching reading at the second year student of junior at school at Palombo. And next, significance of the research. Significance of the research. There are theoretically and practically. Theoretically, it will be useful contributions towards the theory of teaching reading field. And then next, practically, it will be useful as guide for teacher and student in teaching reading subject. Next, the scope of the research. The scope of the research will be focused on improvement of student reading using snowball drawing at the second year student of Ekpalopok. Next, the chapter 2, review of related literature. Review research. You can see review research. The first, Dewi Melinda, Nabila 2018. YouTube videos and snowball drawing technique to improving student speaking skill. Research is effective. And second, Abdul Aziz Mansur 2014, improving students' understanding of narrative text through story mapping. Results can improve. Next, the last, Nurbai 2009, the effective of using snowball drawing to improve students' motivations in PI at the 5th grade of elementary schools. 008 9 Langkan District, Pelalawan Agency, result effective. And then next slide, some pertinent ideas. Jack Richard, 1995. Explain clearly teaching is showing or helping someone to lead up to something, giving information, providing with knowledge, us to know understanding. And then Douglas Brown, the 1987. Teaching is guiding and facilitating learning, enabling the learner to learn, setting the conditions for learning. And then Scott Smith, 2010. Learning to read is a long-term developmental process extending over a period of years. This risk of two promise first. Every aspect of the instructional program is related to the ultimate goal of production's effective readers. Okay, next slide, narrative text. For the narrative text, there are step-by-step generic structure of narrative text. Generic structure of narrative text, there are orientation, introduction, the character, time, and the place in which the action goes on its mentions. And complications after the character and the setting have been introduced, the obstacle usually appear in the resolution. Narrative may close in several different ways. The chief actor, after struggle with obstacle, may succeed in overcoming them and goes on his way to facing. And then the second language feature of narrative text. language feature of narrative text, they are using simple past tense, such as let, write, etc. And then using adverb of times, once upon a time, one day, and etc. And then using time conjunctions, such as when, then, start, when, then, suddenly, and etc. And using a specific character. The character of the story is of specific, not general, such as Cinderella, Snow White, Alibaba, and etc. And then action verbs, a verb that show action, such as killed, that walked, and etc. And then the third types of narrative text. Types of narrative text, there are fairy stories and mystery, romance, horror stories, and fables, myths, and legends. And then next, snowball drawing. Yeah, you can see snowball drawing. There are step-by-step concept of snowball drawing. You can see snowball drawing is one of the types of cooperative learning that can improve the students' capability to create of questions for another students. And then this type of snowball drawing, there are teachers to explain our material before, and then to invite our group and to make our group minimal 5 and to explain our material, and there are discussion class and also to explain our material to another student and to create discussion class because they are cooperative learning. And then rules of while playing snowball drawing. Yeah, rules. The teacher throws a ball of random to one of the students. The students who get the ball through to the other students can randomly or intentionally repeating the above technology contributes until above questions profit as complete of the time runs out. And advance of snowball drawing, advantage of snowball drawing is there are cooperative learning and to make students to be fun learning in the class. And then next, research method. Research method, there are types of the research. Classroom action research, research, design, planning, acting, observing and reflecting. And then setting, SMP, junior high school, Act Palopo, especially class Act 3, and participants, observer, students, teacher, instrument, their observations, checklist, and narrative text. And then next, procedure of collecting data. Procedure of collecting data, data planning, analyzing the curriculum, especially the basic competence, and then their observations, and the research identified and make it not about of the problem that the teacher get when teaching and learning process. Their acting, the research, introduce herself and collaborate to the student and reflecting the classroom action research of what success of if some of the following requirements are fulfilled. Okay, next, classifications technique of data analysis. Classification score for test 19 20 until 100 itu very good. Next 61 sampai 80 itu good. Baru next 41 sampai 60 itu skornya fair. And then next 21 sampai 40 itu skornya poor. And then 1 sampai 20 itu very poor. Okay, thank you so much for attending up for me, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, that's all the presentation from our invited speakers. Thank you very much. Now we come to the next section. These are question and answer. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and mention your name. Okay, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for saying this question for Miss Ika about her research. I would like to ask, what's the main problem? So you will try this research. So let me know. Thank you.
The next question. Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Lutfi Ramadan Wahyudin, and I will ask the third speaker from Japan. What is the advantage of your proposal? Thank you.
Thank you. The next question. Okay, yes, please.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Hana Zulfa. Thank you for the opportunity to meet me. My question for Mr. Wahidin. What is the reason you took this research? Thank you very much.
The next question. Yes.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Firawana. Okay, thank you for the chance. I will ask for Miss Ayu Adela, and my question is, why you choose that method? Okay, thank you very much.
Well, the first question is from Ainun to Miss Ika from Germany. The question is, what is the main problem of your research?
Okay, thank you so much for your question, Miss Ainun. So your question is about the main problem why I choose this research. So I choose this research because when I did the observation, the first things that I really want to do this for the research of this problem because the first is I see the materials that used in long program study are too general for the students. So we have to make specification to make the students understand about the material of English learning. The second one is materials are not suitable with law study program major. So we have to make the suitable materials, especially about the vocabularies or about the skills what the students of law study program needs. And the last one is all of the students in law study program have a limited vocabulary. So that's why I really want to do the research to developing the learning materials for law study program. Thank you.
Thank you to Miss Ika and to Miss Ainun to give the question. The second question from Ulpriya Ramadani to Miss Jenny from Japan. The question is, what is the advantage of your research?
Okay, thank you for the students. Why I make a research developing English material for math students because I know that the math students is low in the vocabulary, low to understand math for English. So that's why I chose this research. The second one is I want to make the EIN as a university institute in the future because it has a book English for math, especially math educational study programs. That's why I chose this research, and there are several advantage this my research. And thank you so much. Thanks.
first question is from Miss Hannah to Mr. Wahidin. The question is, what is the reason you choose the method for your research?
Thanks for the opportunity to explain given to me why I choose my research, because my research is very simple for applied in our classroom, because when I observe first in our school there are problems because students got difficult in finding the meaning of the words in the text, and students got difficult in explaining the message of the text. So the students is to understand and make accounts of their reading text. So the apply of the method is very simple for easy to understand for students and for teacher, because there are cooperative learning and discussion group and also social skill. Yes, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wahidin. And the last question from Miss Virawana to Miss Ayu Adela. The question is, why do you choose your method?
Okay, thank you for the question. I choose this method because I think student in the SMK Negeri 1 Palopo, the vocabulary as of student is still low. So I choose the media to make it the class is fun. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next session, that is parallel session. So all of the audience, please join to your group. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let's pray everything unto our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us mercy and blessings, so we can attend and gather in this place in good condition and happy situation. Richard and Renandia. State that vocabulary is a core component of language proficiency and provides much of the basis for how well a speaker listen, read, and write. Next kind of vocabulary. Can
High School number 4 Sabang. And the significance of the study for the teacher, this research gives the contribution to the English teacher in exploring his technique in learning. And for the student, this research will be able to increase their learning motivation and vocabulary mastery. And for the The last chapter is research method. In this research, I use research design for language model. The setting of the subject of the study is junior high school number 4 Sabang, class 7A, data collecting, observation, test, and documentation. Okay. This is technique of data analysis. I use descriptive statistical analysis for test. This is the okay. Next, this is for observation. I use descriptive analysis. Okay. And the last is criteria of the action research. This research will success when there is 75% number of students could achieve some improvement score from the teaching learning, or they could pass the target the minimal necessary level or KKM. Okay. I think that's all about my presentation today. The last I say, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, that is presentation from Nur Anissa. And next I will invite Nur Aziza Ahmad to present her proposal. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now I want to explain about my research with the title Developing of English Comics to Improve Vocabulary Skill in Student English Learning at the second grade of Junior High School number 1 Palopo. In chapter 1 there is a background. In background there is lack of vocabulary. Why I say lack of vocabulary? Because almost children of junior high school number 1 Palopo is lazy to bring dictionary. Next, identification of the problem. There is one point of the research, namely lack vocabulary in student English learning. Next, the elimination of the problem. The researcher focused on the learning process in second grade of junior high school number 1 Palopo by providing English comics for students based on their needs. This English comics aims to increase vocabulary for students. Next, formulation of the problem. The formulation of the problem is how to develop English comics at the second grade of junior high school number 1 Palopo. In objective of the study, the objective in this study, there are two. The first, to improve student vocabulary at the second grade of junior high school number 1 Palopo. The second, to make materials suitable for students based on their needs to improve vocabulary in English.
titled The Effect of the Spin the Bottle Game on Improving Student Speaking Skill in Second Semester of English Department Student at State Islamic Institute of Palembang. Well, okay, in chapter 1, there is introduction, and the first one is background, and the second is identification of problems, and the third is scope of the study, formulation of study, objective of the study, and significance of study. And one of the important points in this background is based on the result of observation that Mr. George have done on Tuesday, the 23rd April 2019 in second semester of English Department Student at State Islamic Institute of Palembang, that some of the students still have problems to understand English learning, especially in speaking skill. They said that they have difficulties in speaking English because they feel insecure and afraid to make mistakes with their own English skill. And also, sometimes they get bored with the old learning technique of English that they learned. There are many techniques in improving speaking skills, such as by using song, pictures, and game, and etc. So the reason why researchers raise this title. And researchers think that communicative games can also overcome student problem in learning English, especially in speaking skill. Okay, next is chapter 2, is reviews of literature, and the first is review study. Many researchers have completed their study. The researchers found several related researchers, and there were several researchers on teaching speaking, including Rafida, with the title is Improving Student Speaking Skill by Using Time Token Method at the second year student of SMA Negeri 5 in academic year 2017, and Shukri Agung Hasibuan, the effectiveness of bingo game on student speaking ability in academic year 2017. Based on the previous above, researchers found that there were different and similarities between previous and current research, and the differences is the study used in the bottle game to improve student speaking skill, while the finding of previous study used bingo game and time token method. Based on the previous research, researchers showed that using the game method in learning and teaching English have an effect on student achievement and student interest. Okay, next is some pertinent ideas, and first is about speaking. There are three parts: is definition of speaking, the element of speaking, and types of speaking. And all of the several parts is have an expert opinion that's shown above. And the second is games. There are two parts in game: is definition of game and kinds of game. And also there are some expert opinion that's shown in above. Based on the statement above, researchers conclude that the games are having motivation because it's interesting and it can be used to give a practice in all language field and be used to practice many types of communication. And the third is how to teaching speaking by using spin the bottle game. When playing spin the bottle game for speaking, starting when sitting in circle and putting the bottle in the middle. After that, the teacher will spin the bottle, and who is bottle pointing when stopping must take the question card and answer the question. After answering, he spin the bottle again, and who is appointed must take a new question card and answer it. Continue, rotate, spin the bottle game, ask question and answer question until you run out of time. And spin the bottle games is designed for active learning. This works at all levels in learning English. Okay, next is conceptual framework. Spin the bottle game has the potential as a communicative media to motivate students, especially those who are passive in teaching and learning process, and also trigger students to express themselves more in speaking English. Okay,
Then next is method of the research. There are several points, and the first point is setting of the study. The researcher could identify that the dependent variable X is the spin the bottle game, and the dependent variable Y is spinning skill. And the next is population of the ensemble. The population in this research is the student in second semester of English department student at EIN Solo, and there are 4 classes, is class A, B, C, and D. And for the sample, from the 4 classes of population, the researchers select 2 classes as the experimental group and control group by using cluster random sampling. That means experimental group use treatment is in the bottle game, and control group use existing technique. Next is instrumentation. In this research, the researcher used tests. The test consists of pre-test and post-test. Pre-test is to find out how far students' speaking skill, and post-test to find out how far the students' speaking skill after treatment is given with spin the bottle game. And next is technique of collecting data. There are some steps to collecting the data. The first is pre-test. In pre-test, the teacher will give some topic to students like introduction, unforgettable experience, like activity, and many more. Next, the teacher asks each student take of the topic, then comprehend and develop by themselves and practice in front of the class. And next is the teacher will give treatment. It used in the battle game that play in experimental class. And the last is post-test. The teacher do test and give different topic with pre-test. And the last is technique of data analysis. The researcher conclude division between pre-test and post-test and of experimental and control group. To analyze the data, the researcher used the static test. There are normality data, homogeneity data, and t-test. And this is the formula of the t-test. Okay, I think that's all about my explanation. Thank you very much for your full attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, that is the presentation from Wahida Rama. And next, I will invite Nila Sari to present her proposal. Time is yours. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, my name is Nila Sari. Today, I will present my research. The title is Traditional Games in Luwu District. Okay, this chapter, there are 3. This proposal, there are 3 chapters. The first is introduction. Chapter 2 is review of literature. Chapter 3 is research method. Okay, the first chapter 1, introduction. Ada background. Okay, this background there are 3 parts. The first, traditional games are rarely used anymore and are almost extinct. The second is review traditional games in Luwu district. The last is I want to know the extent of students' interest in learning English using traditional games. Next, problem statement. Problem statement is, does the application of traditional games in English increase children's interest in learning English? Next, objective of the research. The purpose of implementing traditional games in English is to increase children's interest in learning English. Second, the next, significance of the research. The significance of the research is divided in 2 parts. There are theoretically and practically. Okay, the last is scope of the research. This study was limited to traditional games for elementary school or ME children in Luwu district. Next, chapter 2, review of related literature. The first impact of change real language in student speaking aspect, an experimental study at second grade of SMK Negeri 2 Banda Aceh. Objective of the research, SMK Negeri 2 Banda Aceh, the result is can improve. Okay, next some pattern ideas. Definition of vocabulary. J. Rickards and Willie R. Nandia said that vocabulary is the core component of language perfectly and provides much of the basis for how we learn, speak, listen, read, and write. And then according to Suyanto, vocabulary is the word are owned by language and they give a meaning if we use that language. Kinds of vocabulary. According to Ruth Gain and Stuart Friedman, active vocabulary Okay. Uh, in the learning English pronunciation, the student usually face the problem or difficulties to pronounce English word. Their pronunciation skills are still low. Then do not follow their mother language. I have done observation at elementary school, 19 to Karitan. The school In his journal, he stated there are 4 indicators of pronunciation. First, intelligibility is pronouns of the whole text in each part are heard clearly or not causing misunderstanding. And 2, fluency is a full word of can be pronounced fluently. And 3, accuracy is a word and parts of text are pronounced accurately. And the last, native Okay, thank you. I will explain my proposal. The title is Memorization Strategies Using Alphabet Island to Improve Vocabulary for 7th Grade at SMP Negeri 5 Palopo. Okay, the chapter 1, background of the problem. Vocabulary is one of elements of language and all about words or a special set of words you are trying to learn. The students don't have good motivation and have problems in learning English as they are very easily bored in learning English. They are still difficult to memorize English words, so mastery of their vocabulary needs to be improved. English teach use monotone as techniques in English teach vocabulary. The technique used by the teacher is translation technique. Okay, identification of problem. The technique used by the teacher is translation technique. And then the student vocabulary still needs to be improved. And then the students are less confident in learning English. And last, the English teacher use monotone technique in teaching vocabulary. Okay, problem statement. The problem is formulated as follows: how to use the alphabet island in vocabulary in the first semester of the semester of the 7th grade of SMP Negeri 5 Palopo. Objective of the research. The objective of the research is to know the effectiveness of using alphabet island student vocabulary mastery at the first semester of the 7th grade of SMP Negeri 5 Palopo. And then significance of the research. For students, can be used as our source information for further research in vocabulary research using alphabet island. For English teacher, in order to help the teacher in teaching the right learning techniques to improve student vocabulary mastery. Okay, the chapter 2, review of related literature. According to Febriana Eka Santiani, 2015, as use word lab games as teaching media vocabulary aims to increase student vocabulary. She found that using this media was very effective in increasing student vocabulary knowledge. The result of the study show an increase in student vocabulary. And then, according to Rivianti Sarhan, 2018, found that the use of magic box game media for increasing student vocabulary, where vocabulary can be taught with contextual clues and also an effective media. This can help to make it easier for the teacher to explain more vocabulary students. And then, according to Gading Arfia, 2017, found that the use of alphabet island hyponymy technique is very effective. Students are more focused and enthusiastic in participating and learning. With the existence of this method, the knowledge of student vocabulary increased from before. Okay, theoretical framework, vocabulary. Definition of vocabulary. There are many kinds of vocabulary according to some experts. The first, H. and Brown, define their vocabulary as a list of words for a particular language or a list or set of words that individual speaker of language might use. And the second, Webster Dictionary. Vocabulary is defined as a list or collection of words, usually alphabetical, arranged and explained, or lexicon, stock of words used in language or by class individual. And the last, Lauer, state that vocabulary learning is at the heart of language learning and language use. And then type of vocabulary. According to John Reed, there are two types of vocabulary. There are active and passive vocabulary. And then kinds of vocabulary. According to Harmer, distinguish two kinds of vocabulary. The first kind of vocabulary refers to the stock of words which have been taught by the teacher or learned by the student and which are accepted to be able to use. While the second term refers to the word of which the student will recognize when they need them, but of which they will probably not be able to pronounce. The media to improve vocabulary. Media, as defined by NIASO, is tools that can be used to stimulate thought, sense, and desire of students so that they can be motivated in teaching and learning process. Conceptual framework. Student of SMP 5 Palopo, and then vocabulary. Teaching in using alphabet island and strategy. And then word list and improve student vocabulary. Okay, the chapter 3, research method, type of research. In this research, use classroom action research. According to Suhar Sini Aripun 2009, classroom action research used in this study is collaborative, namely that the party that carries out the action is the teacher himself, while the one who observes the ongoing process of action is the researcher, not the teacher who is taking action. Design of research. Classroom action research design of chemist and MC Tagar models. Based on the design above, the research steps are as follows: general overview of cycle 1, planning. In planning, there are several procedures. Done is follow, analyze or review the curriculum used in class 7 grade SMP Negeri 5 Palopo on subject mathematics by adjusting between time for lessons schedule according to the time of the study. The second, conduct consultation with subject teacher at school place of research. And the third, making the tool needed in the learning process. The fourth, make an observation sheet format. And the last, make an evaluation tool. And then implementation. In implementation, there are several processes carried out as follows. The teacher explained the basic concept of material about vocabulary. And the second, the teacher applied alphabet island media in learning. The third, the teacher gives the text. And the fourth, develop material or specific instructional material from question in practice or test. And the fifth, creating entertainment that makes students able to participate with participant invited. And the last, scoring was result of all this give based on the scoring rubric developed. Observation. In this discussion, research conducted discussion with students and teachers during the learning process that selected indicator on the observation sheet. The last reflection. At present, the results obtained from the observation are collected and evaluated. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all.
Okay, the next speaker is Amalia Mustasiana. The time for you. Okay, thanks for the time has given to me, and I will explain about my proposal. The title of my proposal is Improving Students' English Vocabulary by Using Clustering Method for the second grade of Banking and Vocational High School Mitra Utama Sulir. Okay, chapter 1, Introduction
The students still have low capability in vocabulary and problem statement. Thus, clustering method can teach vocabulary to second grade of banking and vocational high school with. And then objective of the research to find out use by clustering method can teaching vocabulary to the second grade of banking at vocational high school Mitra Utama Sulir. The scope of the research by discipline apply English language teaching by activity use clustering method and by content just focus on vocabulary. Next, the significance of the research. In this case, the research expects students in learning vocabulary. They can use method to make it easier to understand if they are learning vocabulary. Chapter 2. Review of relative literature. Review of previous study. Wahyuniar. She finds that them is very useful to be done in teaching vocabulary. The researchers said that their ways and increase in students' motivation to learn and look for English vocabulary in class. Wahyu Sinti. She states that the teaching vocabulary by using games can increase the student vocabulary. The concept of vocabulary. Herbie mentioned his definition vocabulary as the total number of words in a language. Guns and Roman define vocabulary as the stock of words that used by person, class, or profession. And then your vocabulary can be defined properly as the words teaches in the project and language. Next, types of vocabulary. John Reed. There are two types of vocabulary, active and passive vocabulary. And then Harmer classifies vocabulary in two kinds, active and passive vocabulary. They are follows. Active vocabulary refers to the vocab that the student have been taught or have learned and which they are expected to be able to use. Passive vocabulary refers to words which students will recognize when they meet them, but which they will probably not to be procedures. And then method. Hatfield defines method as an activity with rules, a goal, and an element of fun. Harman states that methods are a vital part of a teacher's equipment. And then White characterizes and Dickey. The word method means an activity which is entertaining and denying often challenge an activity in which lambs play and usually interact. Research method design. Instrument of the research. Vocabulary test. The method is right after the teacher determine keyword. After the teacher determine where to start, whether from the back corner or from the front of corner. And then designated student must mention the vocabulary of the teacher's mentioned keywords. And then population example. The population of this research is the student at second grade of banking and vocational high school Mitra Utama Suli. The total number of population is 20 students. And then sample. The research will take all students in the class of banking. So the total sample are 20 students. And then procedure of collecting data. Pre-test, treatment, and post-test. Technique of data analysis. Scoring classification. Score is value
And then the next, identification of problem. Based on the background of the problem is described above, three or several problems can be identified as follows. The first is students at junior high school number 2 Palopo have less vocabulary skills. And the second is the effectiveness of students who are less active in learning English. And the next, limitation of problems. Based on the problems that have been identified, it can be seen that the problems faced by class 7 of junior high school number 2 Paloko, the low ability to memorize the English vocabulary of students. And the next is problems formulation. How to improve students' English vocabulary by using think, talk, and write strategy of 7-year student at junior high school number 2 Paloko. And the next is research objective. The research objective is the study is aimed at improving students' English vocabulary by using think, talk, and write strategy for 7-year students at junior high school number 2 Palako. Okay, the next, benefits of research. The first is theoretical benefits. Theoretically, this research can produce a theory that think, talk, and write is effectively applied in learning vocabulary in the junior high school number 2 Palako and can be useful to a teaching reference. And then practical benefits. The first is for the teacher. Can help the teacher to improve the student English vocabulary. The second is students. For the students to improve their vocabulary mastery in English learning. And the second is for school. This research can enhance credibility. Okay, the next, review of literature. Theoretical review. Definition of vocabulary. According to Vanguard, is a stock of words used by people, classes of people, profession, and a collection or list of words usually in alphabetical order and defined. And then according to Juhindi, in his research said that vital aspect in language vocabulary is because it appears in every skill of language, including listening, speaking, reading, writing skill. Definition of strategy. Strategy is the general pattern of a series of activities that must be carried out to achieve certain goals. And then strategy TTW. Hunker and Lockheed on the grounds that think, talk, and write strategy will partially to think and reflect and to go organize ideas and test to ideas before students are asked to write. And then framework of thinking. The 7-year students at junior high school number 2 Paloko have at least English vocabulary skill. And then applying of think, talk, and write strategy. And then action. And the last, think, talk, and write strategy improving English students' vocabulary skill. Review of literature. Action hypothesis. Strategy, think, talk, and write can improve the vocabulary skill of students at junior high school number 2 Palako. And then chapter 3, research design. The research setting used in the study was class action research. This research reflection that is carried out by the preparator of action taken to improve the rational ability of the action taken. According to Suyagi, class action research was a kind of research that used in the classroom area. And then research setting. This research was which locate in Jalan Andi Symposium Kolopok. And then subject of the research. This research is about improving students' English vocabulary by using think, talk, and write strategy. It is at Junior High School number 2 Kolopok and will carry out at the 7-year students. And then technique of collecting data. There are three techniques of collecting data. The first is interview to get information about students and teacher in teaching and learning English vocabulary. And the second is observation. This is to know the situation of the teaching learning process and the condition of the classroom generally. And the last is test. Test research several tests, pretest 1 and pretest 2. Pretest is given before the research action. Post-test 1 is given after the first cycle and post-test 2 is given after the second cycle. And the last technique of data analysis. The first is quantitative. In quantitative data, the research analyze data from the result of pre-test and post-test. And the last, quantitative. It is analyze data which is gained from observation, interview students' document, the research observe the condition of the students, their previous ability, their ability improvement, and the teaching and learning activity during the implementation of the action. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much. And the last, I say wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Seminar International of EIM Polo. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join in our seminar today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam.
determines how she interacts with her learning environment. And this research reviews various dimensions of the learning style in an effort to bring to light their contribution to both the learning and teaching process. In the problem statement, how do learning style by concerning student interest and talents address the learning style problem for students in Madrasah Aliyah Keturunan Palopo. And the object of the research can help language teachers facilitate more teaching and learning effective by focusing not only in teaching methods but also on student learning style strategies. Okay, the significance of the research. This intends to make learning style might not be boring by paying attention to student learning style that are supported by student interests and talents. Scope of the research. This research offers a closer look at the student's learning style. As explained earlier, many experts and researchers have identified the learning style used by the central language learners. However, the study only focuses on the learning style that match students' interests and talents that are more likely to let the students' listening skills in class 10 Palopo State Madrasah Aliyah Negeri Palopo. Okay, next. Proof alternative findings. According to this 2017, the Chinese-speaking test based on the students' learning style by focusing on their quality and the quality of the introduction for non-English department students. According to Eka Dwi Pilihan Nisa 2009-15, the comparative analysis of student learning style on their achievements in reading skill. Some percentage areas. According to the Bata learning style is interest and the purpose and it as a blend of the cognitive, efficiency and behavior elements. Various research have attempted to various ways in which learning style can take effects in the classroom. According to Dan and Dam, 1978 in Gilliam 2020. Research and methodology. This research have methodology applied qualitative is used to find out how for the qualitative method in this solving learning style problems. The types of approach that this research is the descriptive. In the object of the research, researchers can Now, I will like to introduce my presentation material about is the effectiveness of PI strategy in teaching writing at the 11th grade student of Manpalapong. The next. Chapter 1 Introduction. Background. The student could not think to what the movement
Okay, I think that's all. Thank you. Okay, that's all the presentation from the last speaker. Thank you. And today we have to present our all the proposal. Thank you very much for all the presentation today, presented today, and thank you for coming in our seminar. And I think that's all for today. Thank you very much for your attention. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, let's praise our biggest gift, Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been given us a good health and long life so that we can sustain. Secondly, may salam and salawat always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness into the brightness. Thanks for giving me time to stand in front of you all to explain about introduce student speaking skill by using a peer group method for the third semester of EIM Palembang. The first is introduction. In introduction, I give the background of the problem I found in EIM Palembang. The first, the students are difficult to understand what people mean and difficult to express the respond one conversation. And the second, the students are not eager with learning method or in the learning media or the teacher or the lecturer I found here monotone to explain about the media. So I found the background problem the second. And the third, the students are less confident and motivated in learning English. And the last, the lack of ability in speaking English. And the second, the elimination of the problem. Focus on improving students' speaking skill by utilizing a peer group method at the third semester in English department of EI and Palembang. And the next, formulation of the problem. The peer group method can improve speaking skill at the third semester in English department of EI and Palembang. And the next objective of this study, the effectiveness, the method to improve students' speaking skill at the third semester in English department of EI and Palembang. Significance of this study. The first theoretical and the second practical. Chapter 2, Review and Literature. Previous studies. Based on Suprabo and Nirmala Sudarti, Suprabo 2014 indicate the conclusion that in teaching speaking should present material which can stimulate the student to learn actively. And Nirmala Sudarti 2009, she concluded that Sebastipodia method is a formula as a teaching speaking method that can improve students' speaking skill. Before I get conceptual framework, I want to tell you about what is the speaking. Theory of speaking. According to Jamara, speaking is a means of communication. Communication is contact relation between human beings, individual or groups. And then the peer group. What is the peer group? Peer group is not a new concept, but peer group is a playmate composed of relatives and neighbors and school friends where a child begins to learn value or justice. This method like discussion. Would the students come to class, well prepared, one of their friends explain about one material and the other's friends can give some question or argument. Conceptual framework. Method of the research. I choose classroom action research or CAR to my proposal today. Method of research. First action and then planning, observation, then circle 1, so reflection after 2 next cycle. And then the chapter 3, research methodology. Location of the research. It will conduct at the EIM Palembang, which is located at Agati Street, Balandai, Palembang City,
the student of the first semester in English Department of Latihan research design. This research is aimed to improve speaking skill by a peer group method. The design of this research is classroom action or CAR. And then technique of collective data. In qualitative data, the first observation, documentation, and questionnaire. And the quantitative data is the test. I think that's all. Thank you for giving me time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, well, I open the question and answer session. Any questions so far? Okay, what is the question?
Okay, thank you. My question is, why you focus to improve on speaking students' skill? Why don't improve reading or listening students? Why you focus on speaking? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, why I focus to improve speaking skills student? Okay, first, I found based on my observation, I found the student want to speak English, but they shy, and then the less confidence, and then the less motivated in learning speaking skill, and then they difficult to understand what the native speakers say or the friend say when make conversation and the others. And then it happens because probably in listener not familiar with English conversation. They want to speak in lexical problem, and then the student, if they speak English with friends on peer group, why I choose peer group to improve speaking skill? Because the student want not shy. So I take it. Thank you so much for your full attention and participation. And I say wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Okay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the time given to me. I would like to present about my research, and the undertitle about my research is the enriching vocabulary through learn 50 language game at the 6th class students of SDN 12 Latihan Kelompok. Okay, chapter 1, background. From elementary school up to university in Indonesia, government decided to learn English language as one of compulsory subject, matter two for the students. The problem statement about my research is based on above background. The problem statement can be formulated as follows. Is the use of learn 50 language application in enriching vocabulary at SDN 12 Latihan Kelompok. Objective of the research based on the question set out above. The research states that the specific purpose of this research is to know the using of learn 50 language game at the SDN 12 Latihan Kelompok. Okay, significance of the research. The result of this study are expected to be useful in information and help English teacher in general to enriching vocabulary of students who learn 50 language application. Definition of terms. If we study research, formulate the operational definition as follows. Vocabulary, for the first, vocabulary is a collection of words that make up meaning. In this, the type of vocabulary to be took is
chapter 2. Okay, chapter 2. Previous study. For the first split and complete and with the research about teaching vocabulary from restaurant game to 7th grade SMPN was about. And the second one, Sabina, the research improving English vocabulary to logical game at the 6-year students of elementary school of 20 Chimpu. Okay, vocabulary. Definition of vocabulary in Oxford Dictionary, vocabulary is defined as all the words that a person knows or uses. All the words in language, list of words with their meaning, especially in a book for learning a foreign language. Types of vocabulary. There are 4 types of vocabulary. There are reading, writing, listening, and speaking vocabularies. Concept of vocabulary. Total number of words in a language. Words known to a person. List of words with their meaning, especially at the back of a book used for teaching foreign language. And the fourth one, the class of word. There is noun. There are noun, verb, adjective, and adverb. Games. Definition of games is an activity that is based on sound arrangement. Benefit of using games in teaching vocabulary. They are great fun, increasing students' motivation, encourage creative and spontaneous in using of language, promote communicative competence, promote healthy competition. Learn the language game. Learn the language game is one of the learning games that all girls can play. And chapter 3, method of the research. This research is pre-experimental research result with pre-test and post-test design. Design of the research. X1, T, and X2. X1 is pre-test, T treatment. X2 is post-test. Population and sample. The population of the research is the student of SDN 12 Sultanate Palembang. Total population is 60 students. There are class A and B. Sample. This research uses cluster sampling where the research will take place as a sample. Instrument of the research are used pre-test and post-test. Okay, I think enough for my presentation about my proposal. Thank you for your nice attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will open the question and answer sections. And any questions so far? Okay, what's your answer?
Okay, thank you. My name is Maria. I will give you a question. What is the benefits of using games in teaching vocabulary above your observation?
Okay, there are some benefits of using game in teaching vocabulary, such as they are great fun and increasing students' motivation, encourage creative and spontaneous in using of language, promote communicative competence, and promote healthy competition. Okay, I think enough about my question, about my answer and my presentation today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I will open the question and answer sections. And any questions so far? Okay, what's your answer?
Okay, thank you. My name is Maria. I will give you a question. What is the benefits of using games in teaching vocabulary above your observation?
Okay, there are some benefits of using game in teaching vocabulary, such as they are great fun and increasing students' I think enough about my question, about my answer, and my presentation today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the time that's given to me, and thank you very much for the audience. Okay, here I would like to present my research about the efficiency of reciprocal teaching technique in improving speaking skills student at the second semester English study program of IAIN Palopo. The background is pre-observation, and to students there are 4 points in here. And the first point is poor in grammatical, poor in pronunciation, and the last one is lack in vocabulary. Okay, the next problem statement. Does reciprocal teaching technique improve students' speaking skill at the second semester English study program of IAIN Palopo? The next objective of the research. The objective of the research is find out whether or not reciprocal teaching technique improves students' speaking skill at the second semester English study program of IAIN Palopo. And the significance of the research. There are 2 points here. The first is theoretically, and the second is practically. You see, there are 3 points here. The first point is school, the second is student, and the last one is teacher. Scope of the research. Scope of the research is there are 3. First, by discipline. This research under applying English language teaching. The second is by activity. This research will use reciprocal teaching technique in teaching speaking. The last one is the content. This research will focus on speaking skill, which consists of accuracy, fluency, and comprehensibility. The next one is population and sample. The population of the research is the student at second semester English study program Tarbiyah and Teacher Training Faculty of IAIN Palopo. The sample is in this research, the researcher applied purposive sampling technique in taking the sample. It means that the researcher will take class B and C as a sample because that the class have a set level in speaking skill. Okay, next one is the procedure of collecting data. The first is experimental class. There are pre-test, treatment, or reciprocal teaching, and post-test. In the control class, there are pre-test, treatment, or a lecturing method, and the last is post-test. Okay, I think it's enough for me, and thank you very much for your nice attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the time was given to me today. I would like to present my research under the title Improving Student Speaking Skill Through Listen, Read, Discuss Strategy of for the second grade of SMA Negeri 2 Palopo. Okay. Chapter 1 Introduction. There is background, the effective LRP strategy, the essence of the LRP strategy, and the adaptation strategy for improving speaking skill. The essence of the LRP strategy, there are 3: reading, discuss, and listen, reading, and discuss. Listening, students listen to the explanation explained by the teacher in this discussion, taking consideration for the students. And reading, students read the material provided. Reading will add to the organization support of students. Reading will help participants to complete the new words. Third, reading, students will have vocabulary, knowledge that will facilitate their speaking and the use of their structure in the target language will develop. These components are needed through
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the chance you given to me, and thank you for the audience for coming. My name is Anissa Soturiani. I will present my research paper is improving students' speaking skill by using show and tell method and in the concept of senior high school to our background. English becomes the most important language in international communication. It is because almost all the people from many different countries around the world use to communicate. Problem statement. Is the show and tell method effective to improve students' skills at the 11th grade of senior high school to Palombo? Objectives of the research: to find out the improvement of the speaking skill using and tell, show and tell method at the 11th grade of senior high school to Palombo. Significance of the research. First, the teacher the findings of this research are hopeful to be a very meaningful information and reference. Second, the students to give contribution and solution in learning English, especially improving their speaking skill. Third, the other research and readers to give information and contribution about teaching technique, especially in teaching speaking through promoting a product technique. Scope of the research. This research focused on the method of show and tell in the developing the speaking skill at the 11th grade of senior high school to Palombo. It focused on formal speaking such as introduction in front of the class. Previous research findings. First, this nasi kampung list tiap tiga para 213 at community research. Improving the speaking skill through reports, media, and grade 8 of MTS Negeri Rawo Kere in the academic year of 212 or 213. Second, Muhammad Taufik Ismail 210 had research improving students' speaking ability through problem-solving method to the 11-year student of Tourism Department SMK Negeri 1 Palombo. Research method and design. This research applied the Tugas experimental design that involving two groups of class. One group will be treated as the experimental class and other group will be treated as the control class. Travel and work. Independent travel is a water game. Two dependent travel is the students' vocabulary improvement by using water game. Population and sample. Population. The population of the research was the 11th grade of senior high school to Palombo. They are 11 IPS and 11 IPA with the total population of 157 students. Sample. The research will use proposed and sample and divided into groups, experimental class and control class. The research will take 10 IPS. One consists of 31 students as experimental class and 10 IPA. One consists of 35 students as control class. Procedure of collecting data. with the title Student Readiness in Basic National Test and Case Study SMP 2 Palopo. Chapter 1. Background. The student's condition based on the result observation is said will witness what they are still most of them are enjoying, especially if studying in the classroom. Another part of the observation most of them also show good condition that actually go to library if they have spent time to read some books to reach the knowledge actually of national examination. Problem statement. Are they ready to face national examination? Objective of the research. To find out the answer they are ready or not to face national examination. To find out the effort and the why in facing national examination. Signification of the research. For the students, giving and information to students to face national examination complete with the preparation in facing it. For the research, giving experience and versatile knowledge for the progress to face national examination. Scope of the research. The scope of the research is in student readiness in basic national test. A case study in SMP 2 Palopo, the scope are their readiness and their preparation to face national examination. Chapter 2. Review of the literature. Purpose of the research findings. Sulestianisi in her journal which printed under the title Students and Sick Facing Computer-Based CBT System of National Examination. Hasek in his journal which under the title Students Perception and Readiness on School-Based Examen. Sugiman is journal which under the title The Effect of CBT National Examination on Senior School Students Cognitive Readiness and Exit Facing English Test in the Province. Some pertinent idea. 1. Definition of students. 2. Type of students. 3. The need of students. 4. Readiness. 5. National examination. Chapter 3. Method of the research. Research type. This research will apply qualitative research. The research will condition this research at Junior High School number 2 Palopo. The school is location on Jalapatan, Palopo, Sulawesi. Subject of the research. The research will apply the purpose sampling technique in getting data because the sample data sort needs special condition. Instrument of the research. 1. The research will the main instrument of the research and will apply interview. 2. Taking the research not by using the observation sheet